Hey guys, welcome to Friday Night Sprints for the Tarot Readathon. My name's Elizabeth. This is my channel, Museum Greg Reads. I'll probably be joined by some of our other co-hosts at some point during the evening. But for now, I would love it if you guys could say hi in the chat. Let me know what team you're representing, what book are you planning on reading, and for what prompt. Or if you're not part of the Tarot Readathon at all, just let us know what you're reading. And we're so excited to have you hang out. And by we, I mean me and the chat. So I am still working on Ghost Station, which I am doing for my Five of Cups prompt, which is to read a book that deals with loss, grief, or disappointment. I was supposed to read this last month with Sam and Emily, and I am woefully behind. So I need to catch up on this so that I could read July's buddy read with my sci-fi crew. But I'm having a good time. I just had to step away. I also already started, so it's going to end up in my vlog when I finally post it for the first half of the Tarot Readathon. But a dear friend of mine, Jenny, actually pulled my first 4 tarot cards for me. She's so kind and so supportive. We have very different taste in books, and I let her not just draw my first 4 tarot cards, but pick a book that goes along with one of the prompts. And she picked what I think is probably her favorite book, and it's called Shantaram, and it is 950 pages. And so this is the book that's outside of my comfort zone because it is 950 pages of historical fiction. I have started that. I've gotten an hour into the audiobook, but that is a drop in the bucket when the audiobook is 43 hours long. So if I do manage to finish Ghost Station, I'll probably pick up a knitting project and continue on with Shantaram. So that's my plan for the evening. We'll see what ends up transpiring. But hi, Sam. We'll say hi to the chat. Hi, Marie. Are you reading Arrival or are you announcing your arrival, Morgan? Just curious, because it could go either way, and I'm kind of vibing with it. Vanessa, are you still streaming, Vanessa? Aren't you guys doing reading sprints over on your channel? Caitlin is reading Leather and Lark for Team Swords. Heard really good things about that one. I actually got it for my birthday, so I'm excited to pick it up myself. Middle of the Night. What is Middle of the Night? I haven't heard of that one at all, Vanessa. Morgan is in Team Wands, although I, as a lifelong 20 plus year fan of the Scarlet Witch, would love for this to be Team Wanda, because everybody should be Team Wanda. You're also starting Summerween Readathon. Oh, interesting. So what are you reading then? Are you going to be able to double up for both prompts? I haven't done Summerween before. Team Cups, Paul Bearer's Club for the Devil. Interesting. It's a good title. I think about it. Becca is reading Iron Flame. Are you part of the readathon? What team are you in, Becca? Listening to In the Lives of Puppets for Knight of Pentacles, which is your anticipated read. Ooh, yes. Love a good reading journal update moment. I just actually had to set up a whole new journal because after a year and a half in my current one, I have filled it up. And so actually a video for my mid-year setup is coming tomorrow. So I did some new spreads for my annual for the rest of the year. I'm really excited about it. So I hope you're getting some good progress in your reading journal, Carrie. Sarah! I love you, Sarah. Think you got it, Morgan? I believe in you. Technical difficulties. They really stink. Hey, Sammy. And we've got Amelia. Sammy's Team Swords. We got a lot of Team Swords in the chat today. Team Pentacles, yes. River Enchanted for Ace of Wands, new to me author. Love that. Deja really did the most with all of these prompts. Like the same as last year, I'm just baffled at how many prompts she's able to create and to make this such a unique and exciting situation overall. Like the choose your own adventure to the nth degree, and massive kudos to her for making that possible. Hey, Sarah. Funny story for Team Swords. Choosing your third book. Oh, Sammy, you're knocking them out. What was your second book for Team Swords? Oh, love you, Sarah. I don't understand this. I do understand Honey Boo Boo, but what does the middle of the night have to? What? I'm confused. Help the old woman, Sarah. Help the old woman. Announcing your arrival. Okay, that's what I figured, and I was really here for it. Planning on reading the first Disney's fairy book for a book that's self-care. It's also a book only read at night for Summerween. Oh, that's fun. I would assume you could get that one knocked out pretty quickly if it's a Disney fairies book. I feel like that's got to be a quicker read. Oh, thank you, Sarah. Middle of the night, new Riley Sager. I've never read a Riley Sager, so I'm really not up on his catalog. Are you still reading his? Have you read all of them? I remember you had to unhaul one right after you bought it, and I don't know if you ever managed to go back and get that one read. Am I making that up? I super remember you having to heartbreakingly during Reader Dare unhaul a brand new Riley Sager book. It's ingrained in my memory. Team Cups. Very nice. I love it when your prompt and significator can align like that. Like my ghost station's going to count for both if I can get it finished in time. Yeah, Deja really crushes it with those prompts. She and Noelle have made such a robust readathon, and it's so much fun. So much fun. The only Summerween prompt you couldn't have managed to pull tarot for was the last prompt. Well, that's nice, but you could keep pulling tarot if you need to. Just saying. You could make it work, Morgan. Hey, Nikki. I'm trying to click on you, but my clicky thing isn't working so well. Hey, Nikki. Okay. That's chunky. A manga omnibus. Apparently everyone's reading this new Riley Sager. I'm very out of the loop. Okay. Time-wise, yeah. Currently reading Middle of the Night, but yes, you did unhaul it against your will. Okay. I was heartbroken for you when that happened. So heartbroken. And the fact that you even filmed yourself dropping it off at a little free library, you were keeping in spirit with Reader Dare. And I was really proud of you, but heartbroken on your behalf for having to go through that. Yay, Team Pentacles. Reading Bride for 5 of Pentacles, a book you don't think would be 5 stars, but you want to read anyway. I haven't even seen that prompt. There are so many prompts, but I love that. Like, I know it's not going to be amazing, but I still want to do it. Because so many prompts are read a 5-star, read something that you expect is going to be a new favorite, your most anticipated. But this is a read something you think is going to be not amazing or not life-changing, but you want it anyway. And sometimes that's exactly what's going to hit the spot. Love it. Reading A Feather So Black for the Death Prompt, a book with transformation. Love that. My tarot deck, which is shockingly missing right now. I feel like that's a bad thing. I feel like that's a real bad sign. But it's a cat themed deck, and the death card is just a drawing of a vacuum cleaner, and it's my favorite card in the whole deck. Also fitting it into Summerween for the book with a night sky prompt. Very nice. I love it when you can double duty readathons. I have to limit the pile of books on my bed. It's at least sleepable. Yeah, that's fair. Eventually, the nightstand can just overflow. And I still have a 1-year-old kitten in the house, and he likes to knock the stacks over. So I have to be careful of how many books are piled for active reading. Honestly, we'll see if I can finish this one in time for the significator. It's chunky read. Yeah, that's that's always the problem is can you race the clock for the significator? You've only got that 1 week to make it happen. And when you get a really good significator, but you've already booked yourself with chunky reads, it just it's a challenge. I get it. And how is your boozy boba? You were very excited about your boozy boba, and I have not personally had boozy boba. It sounds like a great idea. It sounds very tasty. I'm here for it. Hey, Bonnie, reading A Heartless Hunter for the Significator. Hey, we all read at different paces. I read a whole total 2 books last month because of a reading slump. Um, and one of them was a reread that I didn't enjoy. So we all have our own paces, and our paces can change over time, and that is okay. Amelia, you have the same. It's so cute. I love it so much. I would love to know where mine is, because it's real hard to draw more cards. But I actually, so I had my friend Jenny draw my first 4 cards, and now I've um, booked a tarot reading with Noelle through her Ko-fi for my next batch of tarot cards. To try to get a good amount of prompts for the month. So if you didn't know, Noelle actually does do full tarot readings, either single card, 3 to 5 cards, or a full like 7+ card spread, complete with photos, explanations. It's so lovely. I get one at the start of every year from her. I also do them when like big things are happening or like I just had a birthday. So if you've never done one, if you want to do it in a safe place, or if you just love Noelle and want to support her, you should check out her Ko-fi. It's in her link tree on her Instagram for sure. Literally no clue. You hadn't read a single. Yeah, I've never read a single Riley Sager. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. What one should I read? You want me to read a Riley Sager? I feel like you usually either tell me to read a book you think is going to make me cry or get me to read a book that you hated and you wanted justification because you want to see if I also hated it because our tastes diverge just enough for it to be a iffy thing. So let me know. Let me know if you want me to read one. Boozy Boba's 10 out of 10. I'm going to have to try this. You said you got the mix at Trader Joe's, right? Yeah. I might have to crack open a can of sparkling wine later. I don't know why you have such a problem with me eating Oreos without milk. But no, no more Oreos tonight. Love this. Oh, and if you don't know what we're talking about, on Catherine's stories, she just posted that she got a Trader Joe's mix of like a tropical boba situation and threw Prosecco in it. And apparently it's life changing. So I'm going to have to do this. I'm only 100 pages into Ghost Station, Sam. I did not bring this with me when I went for my medical procedure, so I have not read any more since the sprints on the 1st. Oops. Reading The Mysterious Case of the Alberton Angels for both Summerween and Tarot-thon. So this one's interesting. I keep recommending this to my mom because of how people talk about it in the mystery genre, because she's been a lifelong mystery reader and has had a really hard time with some of the more modern mystery authors. So please let me know what you think of it, Mel, because I'm convinced she's going to love it, and I haven't read it, so I'm convinced on pure speculation alone. This week's Team Cup significator is read a story with magical elements, and I just finished a werewolf book. Oh yeah, I think that could count. If you're asking me, I'm pretty loosey goosey. I think that it's woo enough to not be natural. Excited to read the fairy books. The movies were genuinely good, and I rewatch them every couple of years. That's awesome. I was definitely not the right age demographic for the fairy movies, but I have heard good things. I hope that you enjoy them, Morgan. Non-Riley Sager solidarity over here. There's so many of us who have not read Riley Sager, apparently. What about you wanting to make me cry or to confirm if a book is bad? I don't think that's reading you. That's just part of our friendship. Yeah. So maybe the boozy boba isn't for you. Maybe you just need a mimosa. I think that's what we've learned here. I like the chew though. Ooh, going to go see Maxine. Deja, how was Despicable Me 4? Despicable Me of some sort? Vodka and a dragon fruit recharger. I respect it. I am often, not often, but if I get Chick-fil-A and I feel like a cocktail, I will throw gin into the lemonade. A nice fast food cocktail is not amiss. Maxine looks good. Sarah, who is my resident horror movie expert, loved Maxine. She often talks about horror movies I've never heard of, so because I am an old lady who is very out of touch. But I do, the horror movie that's coming out soon that I want to see is Heretic with Hugh Grant, where he like traps two Mormon missionaries in his house and tortures them. I don't know why, but it looks interesting, and I really appreciate this current era that Hugh Grant is in as an actor, where he does not give a crap about his former life as a heartthrob, and he's just doing whatever strikes his fancy at any given moment, because he looks like he's really enjoying himself in this version of his career. Mile High by Liz Tomford for Six of Pentacles. Very nice. So far, I'm loving Alberton Angels, about a third of the way through. Oh, look at you, Mel. People are churning through these books. I feel woefully behind. You know you're going to love Maxine. I really hope that it is a life-changing experience for you tonight, Deja. Oh, you liked 4 better than 3 on Despicable Me. Interesting. But where does Minions rank into this? Because I know that's part of this franchise. I've not seen a single one of these movies, so I can't speak to it much, but I'm glad you really enjoyed it. Yeah, I think that's fair to rewatch X and Pearl for Maxine. Yes, Catherine. We've got Morgan reading the fairy books tonight, or a fairy book tonight. Hey, Liz. Yeah, it's 100 degrees here today. It's disgusting. Summer is too hot and too long. Whiskey and ginger ale in a tall glass for an easy makeshift highball. Yeah, that's fair. I find the older I get, the less I drink at home. Um, but if I am gonna drink at home, it's gonna be the easiest possible thing to drink at home. I'm not getting complicated in my own house. Yeah, this Hugh Grant era is so much fun, Sarah. He's just enjoying himself and having fun in whatever corner of the film industry he finds himself in, and I'm here for it. Really, really here for it. Although I refuse to watch that Wonka movie, not because of him, but because I don't care about Willy Wonka before Roald Dahl's book. I don't care about his origin story. Not interested. Seen all the movies, haven't read any of the books, but heard they're pretty different. Have you read any of the books, Catherine? Mm. See, I do a boozy apple cider in the fall with cinnamon schnapps, whiskey, and obviously apple cider in a crock pot. And it's my favorite. I look for any excuse to make it. Ooh, fake Fantasia. You haven't seen the Minions? Hey Laura. Getting dinner and then coming back for reading. Well, we will look forward to you returning when you get here. Scarlet Overkill is hot with a supportive husband. That's all you know about the Minions. Hey, you know what? Priorities. Attractive and a supportive husband. Supportive husband, always a priority. Books are different. Catherine can confirm. Our Disney and Curl Queen confirms. 110 here, Northern California. I'm in South Texas. So it's just pull down here. Sorry, my trackpad is being a little pain in the butt. My Northern New England does make delicious apple cider with and it mixes well with most whiskeys. That's fair. My cousin got married at an apple orchard in Massachusetts, and it was delightful until she got divorced afterwards. But the wedding itself was beautiful, and we all got apple donuts and apple cider and apple all over the place. I don't know. I just have never watched any of these movies, Sam. I have no context. There's the one with the one eye. There's the one that's taller. I think one's name is Kevin. I don't know why. I think one's name is Kevin, but it feels right in my soul. Oof, it's too hot. Too hot. And Mel's over here just rubbing it in our faces that Indiana isn't on fire. That does sound quite chilly, and I'm very jealous, Mel. I do not remember. My mom's family's all in the Boston area, and we do have some out in like Shelburne Falls and Deerfield area, kind of out further west. So it was somewhere between Deerfield and Boston. That's all I know. Hey, I got it right. There is a Kevin. It's a beautiful apple orchard near the Berkshires. I mean, I don't know where Natalie got married. I did not drive. I did not pay attention. I was simply along for the ride with a big family gathering. Um, but it was beautiful and it was definitely worth the trip and highly recommend. Oh no. Yeah, we're supposed to be getting a tropical storm hitting tomorrow. So I'm hoping tomorrow is going to be a nice rainy day. We're far enough inland though that when we get tropical storms and hurricanes, we're typically not that impacted, not like Houston. But yeah, the Gulf of Mexico is very active right now, and I'm hoping for some rain. Nice to be here too in NB. I really, really wish I knew what that was. And I probably do in my heart somewhere. I'm so sorry, but thank you for giving me the Fahrenheit because I never translate Celsius properly. But 86 sounds lovely. Sounds absolutely lovely. Bob and Kevin. Okay. And see, now I know two minions names and I've never seen any of these things. I know there's a fluffy unicorn toy. Um, that's about all I know. Oh, all my friends who have seen Inside Out 2 have been raving about it, but I have not seen Inside Out 1. So I feel like I probably shouldn't see the second one yet. Just just saying. Inside Out 2 is so good. I cried, which is why I didn't watch the first one. I was not in the mood to be made to cry by Pixar. I think I was still mad at Disney Pixar, the whole whatever, for uh, tricking me into thinking that Coco was going to be a nice story about a little boy trying to find his like male relative and not a daddy daughter story, which always rips my heart out. And I ended up ugly sobbing by myself on the couch. And I've never forgiven them. Oof. Tonight and tomorrow for rain. I'm sorry, Morgan. Sam, that's winter weather. What's happening? That's how cold it gets in December here. It's July. What's going on? Yeah, probably. I think you're probably right. It was lovely. I recommend you should do it. There's a Stuart and a Dave and a Bob and a Kevin. Okay, so Sam, you've now only named 4 minions. Are you now a fake fan? You asked me to name 5. Where's the 5th one? Oh, New Brunswick. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. My brain was not catching up with that. I was like, I know this. I know this in my heart, but right now, all I can think about is everything that's not NB. Like, this is not Newfoundland. This is not Nova Scotia. This is not Quebec, Quebecois. Good job, Morgan. I'm sorry, Sam. I didn't want to cry. I wasn't feeling it. Yeah, Coco was unreasonably devastating. I was so upset. I was so upset. I've never rewatched it. It just ripped my heart out. Yeah, feels like 104 here in Florida. Yeah, I think our feels like is 110, 112 today. I've stayed inside as much as humanly possible. Yeah. Sam is in wintertime. I don't understand how you could be in a different country, but somehow also in a different timeline because you're in the same hemisphere as us. I think that you went to the mountain in Ascension and traveled somewhere. That's what I think. Yeah. Coco messed me up. Yeah. Yeah. Coco deceived us and stomped on our souls. I don't I don't understand. There's the purple one. That's not a name, Sam. That is correct. That is not a name. The purple one. You just have to think of the most average male names. You get a minion. Oh, that's fair. That's one way to go. Morgan would really like that 5th name. I was watching the storm. My boyfriend has a sister and her kids in Texas and told him that he could call her. Yeah, I don't we're getting warnings from our energy company, but after the winter freeze where everybody in Texas got screwed, um my electric company now warns us if there's a storm happening in Louisiana. Like they're just overly paranoid. Like, hey, weather is happening somewhere in the south of the United States and it could potentially impact you. Be warned. So we get a lot of communication from our electric companies these days. Oh, we must know the minions' names. Because freezing is 32 degrees. Where your 0 is, it's 32 for us. I don't know why. Americans just like to be contradictory. It's what we do. Otto. Totally not from Google. Do you accept this, Morgan? Do you accept his minion knowledge? I would say Jerry's a pretty generic name, but Otto feels a little odd for generic American male name, at least. There's a minion named Mel. Your offering has been accepted, Sam. Morgan accepts your offering of minion names. What a strange conversation that we've had. I love it. Well, I think this is a good time to start our first sprint. What are we thinking, chat? Do we want to do 45 minutes, an hour? I know Sarah would like an hour because Sarah always wants an hour, but how about everybody else? There's a red villain in number 3. A lot of minions. So we've got some votes for 45. Sarah's existence is an hour. A vote for an hour. There's Kevin 1 and Kevin 2. Got a few votes for an hour. An hour is the only way. Sam, do you want 4 hours so you can go to bed? What time is it over there? Young man, you should be getting your sleep. An hour is the only way. Catherine's voting for 45. I think I'm seeing more hours than 45s, though. Yeah, I'm seeing more hours than 45s. So sorry, 45s. We're going to go for an hour. It's 1:30 in the morning, Sam. Go to bed. We mean 45 hours. Okay, so I'm going to set our timer. We'll come back probably at the 30 mark. So not quite an hour, but I actually just did an ambiance for our tarot readathon. So I'm going to turn that on. Let me know if it's too noisy for you guys, if I've got the sound levels right, all of that fun stuff. So see you guys in an hour. Cups. Welcome back, guys. How was that sprint for everyone? Did you get some good reading done? I definitely got sucked into my story. I think I'm around the halfway point now. Having a good time with the tension. And Sarah's whoop whoop. Sam has left us. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. I enjoy doing the ambient and sometimes lo-fi videos. And I think I finally hit a point where I don't immediately lose like 5 subscribers whenever I post one. So I'll count that as a win. But this one was fun. I wanted to have something that kind of fit the mood for the month. I did a few during the Galactic-thon Readathon as well, that were more sci-fi themed for the theme of the Readathon. Hey, Joanna, what are you reading, lovely? But I put you right back, Sarah. I put you right back. It was a pleasure to have you alongside me for this sprint. And apologies for the technical difficulties. My Wi-Fi went out for a few seconds, so thankfully the stream didn't completely die during that time, even if I disappeared and the ambiance did as well. So thank you for your patience with that fun. Hey, Emily. Yeah, Ohan made a brief appearance, wanting some attention, but he has abandoned me once again. He'll probably show up at least one more time for you, Sarah. But if you would like me to, I can get him for him to make a command appearance. It's going to read and remember that yesterday and today they released episodes of a K-drama. So you watched K-drama. Which K-drama? Tell us everything. Was it good? Was it what you wanted? Oh, awesome, Mel. What are you reading again? Are you reading the Riley Sager? Is everyone reading the Riley Sager? I assume everyone's reading the Riley Sager but me. Yay, Eliza! That's okay. There's more than one way to win, whether this was for your team significator prompt or for your own prompt. Oh no, what was so exhausting? What did you just finish? I'm glad it's over if it was exhausting. Cleaned the cat box, got ready for bed, and read a chapter. Good job, Izzy. Read All the Sinners Bleed by S.A. Cosby for 5 stars. Dabbled a little bit in Middle of the Night by Riley Sager, because everybody's reading Riley Sager tonight. But glad All the Sinners Bleed was a 5-star for you. I have yet to read S.A. Cosby yet, but he is on my list. I have the one that the roomies were so obsessed over that I need to read. Can't remember the name of it right now, but you know the one. Good job, Catherine. A few more chapters into the X-Vows. Joanna is going to be reading The Skin Was Once Mine by Eric LaRocca. I've yet to read his stuff, but I have dabbled in more body horror in the last few years, so I wonder if I would like it. Let me know. And which one I should start with if I do decide to pick up Eric LaRocca. Oh, one more sprint and you'll be done with your book, Emily. What are you reading? You did not say. Tell us all. Inquiring minds would like to know. Morgan didn't get super far. 8 and your joints are killing you. Yeah, that rain's gonna get ya. But hopefully the next sprint you'll get a little bit more into the Disney fairies, and that they can distract you from all of the pain in your joints from the silly, silly rain. Because yeah, the rain definitely gets me. If we do another hour sprint, you'll be able to finish your book. Very exciting. Is that your early plug for another hour sprint, Sarah? Because that's what I'm hearing right now. It's called Sweet Mobster, and I'm loving it. Oh, your K-drama. Interesting. Is it subtitled or dubbed, Sammy? Because weirdly, my 73 and 74-year-old parents are very into Korean dramas. But they both have terrible eyesight because they're in their 70s, so they have to do them dubbed. So I'm always looking for recommendations for them, but it's hard to find ones that aren't subtitled sometimes. Oh, I knew that, Mel. I'm so sorry. We had a whole conversation about the Alberton Angels, and it's on track to at least be a 4-star. That's good. How much do you have left of Alberton Angels? S.A. Cosby is amazing. You adore him. I've heard nothing but good things. I don't think I've ever heard a bad review of one of his books. Yes, Razorblade Tears. I have Razorblade Tears. I need to read Razorblade Tears. Because I feel like that's the place to start. Because that's the first one I ever heard of, and people rave and rave and rave about it. Read a chapter of Zodiac Academy, The Ruthless Fae. Which one is that? There are so many of those books. And if they don't make 12 of them, I think that she's made a mistake. Made good progress in a memoir from Kazakhstan. Your first book from there. Nicole, are you trying to do a read around the world? Or are you just diversifying your bookshelf and Kazakhstan happened to be the choice? Very exciting. I hope you enjoy it. You would never ask for anything less. It's an hour or nothing for Sarah Shelves. The queen of hour sprints. Should be reading Ghost Station. Yes, because that's what I'm reading, Emily. We got to catch up so we can read A Memory Called Empire. We're already in July. But started another Stacey Willingham thriller. I have never heard of this author, but I hope you enjoy. Obviously, we have learned tonight that I don't read a whole lot of thrillers. Oops. Good work, Sarah. Plant the seed early. I know what Sarah wants. I know what the Sarahs want, and it's hour-long sprints. Things have gotten worse since we last spoke. Seems to be Eric LaRocca's most loved. But my favorite so far is Everything the Darkness Bleeds. But my tastes tend to be different. Good to know. I think Lilu's about to make an appearance. Hey, baby girl. Hey, baby girl. Come here. Say hi. Say hi, Lilus. Weed and vodka also helped. Yeah, fair. Nature's medicine. S.A. Cosby books are intense. That makes sense. They seem to be pretty substantial, heavy topics for the ones that I've paid any attention to. Did not read, but promise next sprint. I believe in you. Lilu, you're just giving everybody your butthole. Be a lady, Lilu. Be a lady. Finished Mongrels by Stephen Graham Jones today, but just started The Rhythm of War by Brandy Sandy. Very chunky for a readathon, but you have to respect the mood read. You do have to respect the mood read, but that's your mood might have done you a little dirty with a Brandy Sandy. They're chunky books. No wonder you're worried about getting your significator in for the month. But who knows? Maybe your next significator will also fit the Brandy Sandy chunk. Stranger things have happened. Trying to do a read around the world. Oh, you even have a little scratch off map? That's super fun. I love that. Okay, so you're watching it on Viki with subtitles and you don't know if Viki does dub. Yeah, that's fair. A lot of the ones that tend to get really popular, I found, don't often start with dubs. So I get recommendations from folks and then my parents still can't watch them. But I get why people would prefer subtitles, but accessibility wise, it's really difficult for the visually impaired to be able to access. Like for example, I think they'd love the Parasite movie, but I've yet to find anywhere where it's dubbed. And when people have questioned about it, questioned the director about it getting dubbed, he's been really dismissive about it, which I get to a degree, but sometimes people want to engage with that content and can't read the subtitles. So it feels a little unnecessarily limiting. We're only 1/5 into July. We have time. I know. I know. But we're so behind. Sam's going to start making fun of us when he wakes up again. We're in a thriller mood for Summerween. That's completely fair. I think a lot of folks are doing dual tarot readathon and Summerween, and so they're getting a lot of horror and thriller matches to their prompts. Oh, this is book 2. Twisted Sisters just put a new one out this year, and they will have the boys' point of view books. Okay. Very interesting. I just think if you're going to do something in the zodiac, you need to cover all the zodiacs. So the fact that at one point they were saying that it was only going to be 9 books just felt really wrong to me. When I finish the episodes, I'll be reading, but need help choosing my read. Well, Sammy, put it in the chat. What are you debating between? What prompts are you looking for? We will all happily help you find your next read. Is Ghost Station good? I really enjoyed Dead Silence, but the main character was pretty tiresome by the end. Right now, I'm enjoying it. It's very different in terms of the feel from Ghost Station, where Ghost Station was really immediate, or Dead Silence was really immediate in the action. This is really slow in getting into whatever the mystery horror element is going to be, but it's got a lot of what I'm referring to as fear edging because there's a lot of things that are just you're getting right up there to be like, oh, I think it's about to start. I think it's going to get scary now. And ha, joke, psych, moving on. But we are still getting glimpses into things that are a little bit gorier. And Joanna has also confirmed she thought that this one was gorier than Dead Silence. So if you thought it wasn't enough blood and gore, then maybe this will be better. But if you thought that that was the sweet spot, that Dead Silence was the sweet spot, Ghost Station might be a little worse for you. But I will say we do have another situation where it's it's a female protagonist who had some sort of horrific trauma in her childhood. Much like the first protagonist in Dead Silence. Haven't figured out exactly what that trauma was, but all of the gore so far has been in the flashbacks to her remembering her childhood. So I really loved Dead Silence. And I don't know if this is going to be a 5-star yet, but I'm having a good time. And I'm hitting I'm hitting that place in the book where with Dead Silence, I was just like, okay, I'm not doing anything until this book is done. I'm having a good time. I want to figure out what's happening. And I'm hitting about that place physically in the book. I don't know plot wise if it's going to be the same for me. So I'll keep you posted though. Cat. Yep. This is Lilu. She is my 13-year-old lady. And the black kitten who was here while we were sprinting is Ohan. He was a foster fail. For the first time in 7 years, I foster failed, but he just turned a year old in May. And they are both named after science fiction characters. So this is Lilu Dallas Multipass from Fifth Element, and Ohan is named after A Long Way to a Small Angry Planet. Hello, my other love, you sweet Lilu. She hasn't been feeling well lately, so she's been really cuddly. Poor little baby. Felix Ever After, Cemetery Boys, or The Hacienda. I have read none of these. However, of these, the one that I most want to read is Felix Ever After. So that would be my vote. Love cats so much. I also getting to the end of the Hannibal series has fully convinced me to read Red Dragon. I've got to got it pulled for tarot and Summerween, so I'm hyped to dig into it. I hope you really enjoy Red Dragon. I have not read any of the Hannibal Lecter books, but I have watched all of the movie adaptations. Um, and I've watched some of the Hannibal show, just not all of it, because uh, I was not great at serial shows at that time. But I enjoyed it. I enjoyed Mad Nicholson. I have vivid memories of the first time watching Silence of the Lambs, eating a rotisserie chicken from Boston Market and thinking, this is wrong, and not stopping. And purely intended. Yep, dig on in. Yeah. And I think people don't recognize that as ableism, which I find very interesting. I don't understand. My iPad background. Jeff Goldblum? I also have a painting that an artist friend did for me of this, but um it's got a TARDIS like perched on his finger and a T-Rex in the background. I'll have to take a picture and send it to you. It's one of my prized possessions, and it's the first thing that you see when you walk into my house. But also, my phone background is me with Jeff Goldblum. So there's just Jeff Goldblum on all of my devices, because it makes me happy. Yep, Jeff Goldblum and all the things in all the ways. They should have done two Zodiacs a book if 12 was too many for them. That's fair. Yeah. Like you can't skip a Zodiac. You're gonna leave people upset that you skipped their Zodiac. I don't read these books though, but um I do have to say on the Jeff Goldblum front, I was really quite disappointed because I'm gonna be traveling to go to see a concert in October out of state. And the same night that I'm seeing this other artist, Jeff Goldblum's performing in my town. And now everybody I know wants to take me to this, like, go with me to this jazz concert with Jeff Goldblum. And unfortunately, I'm not available. And it's a little heartbreaking. Catherine's vote is Cemetery Boys. Cemetery Boys is more fluffy, says Mel. Joanna and I are both Team Felix Ever After. Oh, interesting. I've heard really mixed reviews on the Hacienda. That's also one of the reasons I didn't vote for that one. Does anyone know what death means in reading a book? I I don't know that I understand this question. Like the death card for Tarrathon? Yeah, I need to get caught up. I stopped watching after a lifetime of watching. Like I watched the old Bubble Wrap Monsters before the show ever came back. But I stopped watching in the Moffat era because I just couldn't stand Moffat as the showrunner anymore. So I still need to go back to Jodie and catch up on her run. Well, Graham is hot. Half the characters are either serving or serving people. That's fair. I think that's entirely fair. Also, Matt Nicholson is hot. There's something dangerous about him that I find very sexy. But I also like Scandi men anyway, so trying to decide between three books for the Knight of Pentacles card. Well, let us know what you're looking at. What are the options? Yes, Jeff Goldblum needs to be everywhere. He is everywhere in my heart and in my home. He is all places and all things. He is the one and only the Jeff. Hannibal is often serving both. Yep. Yep. Tammy, I would have to pull up the list. Um, which I can do right now, actually. Let me see what the death card is. Let's see. Let's get to the major arcana. I know this is thrilling entertainment. Death. Read a book that explores a transformation. So this is open to your interpretation of a transformation. It can be a physical transformation, an emotional one, a corporeal one. I mean, it is the death card. So whatever makes the most sense for you and your TBR. Also, mixed feelings about the Hacienda. That's your first choice for the Chariot to read a thriller, and it's the only thriller that you have on Libby. Well, do you want other thriller recommendations? Because apparently we got a lot of thriller readers in the chat tonight, so they might be really helpful, and you might be able to find something that's available on Libby if you're not necessarily 100% ready for the Hacienda. Yeah, Moffat was the worst, and he was the worst at writing women, and he makes me so angry. He ruins his own canon, and he's just a small man that was given too much power. Court of Silver Flames, Kingdom of Flesh and Fire, or the Sword Catcher. So this was for the Knight of Pentacles. What is your Knight of Pentacles card supposed to be? Pentacles. Read your most anticipated book on your TBR. Are these all equally anticipated? Which one is the smallest? Because I know Court of Silver Flames is a bit chunky. So do you want to try to get through something quickly that you're anticipating, and you want to get the prompt points and move on to the next thing? Or do you really want to sink your teeth in and enjoy something for a while? So I think that's my follow-up question. But I've read none of these, and I really only know about Silver Flames because I'm not a fantasy girly. So I will leave it up to better educated folks in the chat, like Mel here, who is saying Sword Catcher. We've got one vote for Sword Catcher for sure. Death card is something about transformation. Got it yesterday. A lot of death in the chat. A lot of death card in the chat. A lot of transformation in the chat. Mads Mikkelsen is hot. Roommate and I had an unhealthy obsession with him during COVID. And he was my background when my boyfriend and I started dating. Hey, I get it. He's attractive. It's because of the confidence, I think. I mean, on top of just being like physically attractive, confidence is very sexy. And he definitely had some confidence. The only one left by Rayleigh Sager. I'm so surprised that Rayleigh Sager got recommended for a thriller, but would this be helpful for you, Mel? Book about a transformation. What kind of books do you read, Tammy? I'm not so real for that. I'm not obsessed with the actors as the characters. I've got a Will Graham home and lock screen and a home screen as a GIF. Yeah. All equally anticipated. All three of these books equally anticipated. And we've got one vote for Sword Catcher. Nonfiction about mortuary work, but I know not many like nonfiction. Was it by any chance The Smoke Gets in Your Eyes? Because that feels like a book about transformation for sure. I read a lot of books in the mortuary and death industry spaces. It was a weird hyperfixation that I had during the pandemic in 2020. Read a lot of death content. I'm okay though. I promise. I promise. I just had a little spiral there as the world was ending. Sarah votes for Silver Flame. So we've got one Sword Catcher, one Silver Flame. Whoever pulled Death, Animorphs counts. Animorphs would count. Anything with a werewolf would count. Any sort of shifter. In fact, if you wanted to read the Potato Shifter smut books from KU, would count for the death card. Not any. Well, most of the most of the Lillian Lark monster bathhouse books would count. Most of them transform. See? We got options. Technically 2001 A Space Odyssey would count, though less sexy. But definitely a transformation there. Ascension had a transformation. I know Emily will second my vote for Ascension in the chat because that one was whoo, book broke my brain a little bit. I loved it so much. What else do we have that's transformative? I mean, the third Dune book has a real wicked transformation in it, but I don't recommend it. It's what made me stop reading the series. Court of Silver Flames. While chunky, is very readable, and if you hate Nesta like I do, you may struggle. Swordcatcher is 604 pages, Kingdom of Flesh 559, Silver Flame 751. So you're kind of all in the same vein there, size-wise. So we've got 2 votes for Silver Flame and 1 for Swordcatcher. Maz being able to do circus level gymnastics is still so impressive. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but I like it. I want a thick fantasy to break up the romance and middle grade, so that's why big books. Makes sense. Makes sense. She reads a lot of mystery, YA, and classic horror. Oh, a mystery with a transformation. If you haven't read Scorched Grace, that's the one about the queer tatted nun. She has quite a transformation in that book. Oh, Sarah didn't like this one, but I loved this one. Sister Maiden Monster definitely had transformation in it. That's a horror. I really enjoyed that one, but you got to be good with body horror. So that one got quite gross at points. Sorry, I'm like looking at bookcases. I'll keep thinking. I mean, a classic horror would be Frankenstein, and that is absolute transformation and one of my favorite books and a feminist masterpiece. So here's my every sprint plug for somebody to read Frankenstein. Another vote for Silver Flame. Was not, but I do love that one. It was called Personal Effects. Oh, yeah. That's on my list. Did you enjoy it? What did you rate it? I have had it on my list floating around for quite a while, and I've not picked it up yet. Or quite a while since I've heard about it. Bizarrely, I've read some books about death doulas and necromancy lately. You know? It's one of the only things in life that's guaranteed, death and taxes. So, at least that's as far as the current world exists. Books about mycelium are perfect for transformation. Yeah. Ooh, Transformation Sorrowland by River Solomon. That's a great transformation book. Also horror. I'm trying to think of anything else. Animorphs. I was very excited about the Animorphs. Dare I say Harry Potter could count for the death card? Yep. But make sure you buy it used or get it from the library so that she who shall not be named gets no money from you. But yes, I think Harry Potter would definitely count for transformation. It would count for emotional trauma because those kids need therapy. Yep, they do need therapy. Yep, Frankenstein or Dracula for great classic horror picks. Ooh. Also possibly pricks. There are some pricks in both of those books. I won't be the only one reading a thick fantasy book. Izzy's very excited for some solidarity. Potato shifter smut. Yes, Emily. There is a fingerling titled Potato Shifter Smut book that keeps getting suggested on classic literature book club, and I'm really waiting for them to read it because that's the only way I'm gonna read it, and I kind of want to read it. I kind of really want to read it. Ice Planet Barbarians would definitely count. plug for Ice Planet Barbarians. The buddy reading the most recent release of the special covers was one of the only books I read last month with buddy reading it with Sarah. So shout out. Magical Girl manga is transformation. Transformers. Robots in disguise. Googled books where characters go through a transformation, and it gave me Binti. Binti absolutely goes through a transformation. That is a great call out. And it's a novella. So it goes pretty quickly, and I adore it. And last reading sprints, I had a traumatic experience with Deja not liking Binti, and it broke my heart a little bit. Emily, you heard her right. Yep. The potato shifter. I love the canon trans transformer. It's the only thing I know about it. I did not know there was a trans transformer. But I did not watch a lot of Transformers. And I've watched none of the movies. My first card pull was to read the longest book on your TBR. That's mean, Deja. I say that, but I'm literally reading a 250-page book for a prompt. 250, a 950-page book for one of these prompts because I let a friend pick a book for me. So I'm here with you. I'm here with you on this tome journey. Shiver by Maggie Stiefvater is a YA werewolf book. Werewolves always transformations. Could give a visual novel, Rex, but those don't count as books. Why don't they count as books? Seems like a weird rule that you've just made up, Morgan. I would count them. I'm not policing what you count as a book. Scorched Grace is fantastic on audio. Yes, because Mara Wilson narrated this. The little girl, well, not little anymore, but she was the little girl who played Matilda in the Danny DeVito movie, directorial movie. But she does amazing audiobooks. She also did the narration for The Faceless Old Woman Who Secretly Lives in Your Home, which is the most recent Night Vale book. Loved it. She's amazing. The second one did just release. I'm not sure if I'm going to pick up the second one. It just depends on if I have the itch for a mystery and the time to grab one. But the one mystery sequel I'm really excited about is they just announced that Vera Wong is getting a second book, and I'm excited. I enjoyed Vera as a character, and I'm looking forward to more from her. Do love Frankenstein. Frankenstein Baghdad is also an interesting twist on it. Oh, interesting. I've not heard of that one. I do. I love me some Frankenstein, though. Makes my heart so happy and sad. It's a really depressing story. Mayfly is a horror that would work for the death card. Transformative horror. There are still some tribes that don't have to experience taxes. Granted, that's because some of them enforce borders via death, but they don't have to pay taxes. Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to live with those folks. They'll kill me, and then I'm just facing the death, and I've been paying taxes. So my reality is death and taxes. Definitely had good takeaways from personal effects. I don't rate nonfiction, but I enjoyed it. Okay. Glad to look at picking it up. Carmilla would also work for a classic horror with a transformation. Yep, vampires are very transformative. Been watching a lot of What We Do in the Shadows lately, so vampires are kind of top of mind at the moment. Hey, Twilight, you could read or reread Twilight. Those go real fast. Real fast. Yes, Catherine, you tell me when. And we have a new gargoyle book to buddy read together too. So you just let me know when you're ready for me. We'll read some potato smut and some gargoyle smut and have a great time. The Sunbearer trials are transformative. Did not read that one, but it makes sense. Oh, yeah. You can still slide it past me. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, Vera's next book is Vera Wong's Guide to Dating about dating. Like, I think Vera's going to get a boyfriend, and I'm kind of excited about it. Oh, interesting. I'll have to check this out, Mel. It's really good, and that one also has a really good audiobook. Vera Wong's got Unsolicited Guide for Murderers. The audiobook is narrated by Eunice Wong, who's one of my favorite audiobook narrators. She also did, and this is how I first discovered um, Eunice Wong as an audiobook narrator. She narrated Rubicon by J.S. Deuce or Duez. Did we ever figure out how we pronounce her name? But she did Rubicon's audiobook. And we love J.S. Deuce or Duez. Yay! I hope you love it, Tammy. I hope you love it. It's heartbreaking. Wait, I want to be included. Fingerling buddy read. Let's do it. Get the group chat going. Let's read the fingerlings. I bet I could fit it into a prompt for Tarot Readathon. Depends on what cards Noelle pulls for me this week, but I bet you I can make it happen. Okay, so time to sprint again. Do we want to do another hour? 45? Those are my two options because I refuse to do a 30-minute sprint. It just feels silly unless it's the very last one. Not sure how they measure for a readathon given the visual novels are unique and many requiring 100% completion for true ending. Ooh, that's a lot of time. I wonder if you could count it similarly to an audiobook though, like the average number of pages per hour of audiobook. Isn't it technically a Christmas book? Christmas in July? Why not? I think that makes it even better. I think that means that we have to read it in July, Catherine. Got our dues. That's what I thought too, but for some reason I thought somebody called her Duez recently, and I was like, that's weird. Dues. Our. Okay, I will see you guys. We'll do a little bit extra because I have a banner for until the 15. So we will read until the 15. See you guys in a bit. Back. Hello, hello. Welcome, Laura. I'm sorry that you joined literally just as the sprinting part started and it was slightly longer than an hour, so we confused you. That's my bad. Some of the chatting from, yeah, or good timing if you wanted to get some of your book read. What are you reading tonight, Laura? Tell us. Inquiring minds want to know. Hello, Amal. So glad you could join us. Listening to Wicked Ruin at chapter 17 and e-reading Fall with Me, which you just received the ARC for. Very exciting. Should read the other three first. So is this book 4 in a series, or you just have 3 books that you are already reading? So you should finish those first. Just curious. The Wicked Remain, sorry. Tammy has already left us, but hopefully she is enjoying Frankenstein. 39% into This Skin Was Once Mine. So what are you thinking about this one? This LaRocca, however we pronounce this lovely gentleman's name. I should be asleep, but I've got insomnia. Perfect timing for sprints. Yeah. I'm here for you. I'll be sprinting for a little bit longer yet. I'm kind of determined to finish this book tonight, and no one's here to stop me. So, how far have you gotten, Mel? Over halfway now, a lot more maiming and fairy death than I was expecting. I wouldn't have expected a lot of fairy death in a Disney fairy book. I think I would have expected exactly 0 fairy death in a Disney fairy book. So I hope you're having a good time. Still love Vidya and Prilla is new. I like her better than Tink and Ronnie. Movie Tink and Ronnie are better. See, the only Tink I have any experience with is like canon OG Peter Pan Tink, and she was jealous little thing. Jealous little thing. So I hope you're enjoying it though. The maiming and the fairy death. Finished my book, 4th one for the Tarot Readathon this week. Way to go, Emily. You're crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. So what's next? Are you going to pick up some Ghost Station? Switch to an audiobook of La Fraternité de l'Agneau. Oh, Fellowship of the Rings. I'll never not love these books. Accurate. They're always amazing and always a good idea, and justice for Faramir. I hope you're enjoying it. Is it a full cast audio or just a narrator? Curious, because that's one that often gets full casted. The first story seems less weird than his normal. Oh, disappointingly normal. I'm sorry. Curious to see where it's going. I'm reading Salamandastron. Did I get that? Salamandastron. A red wall book. How are you liking it, Pirate? 62% in, still enjoying it, and I have no idea what the conclusion will be. Well, that's fun. It's not as fun when you get 62% in and you have exactly the right idea of what the conclusion's going to be, because sometimes that just ruins everything. Love the Redwall books. Tinkerbell and the Fairies movie is better than the book and Peter Pan Tinkerbell. I'm enjoying it decently. At least you're not enjoying it. Apparently there is a prompt out there that is read a book that you don't think is going to be 5 stars, but you still want to read. So this seems like a book you want to read that probably might not be 5 stars. Yes. It's getting good. I'm having a good time. But you didn't enjoy Dead Silence, though, did you, Emily? Do I remember that correctly? You weren't a Dead Silence girly. It was a bit boring without Vidya. Love a mean girl with lesbian type A undertones. So you're telling me that they cut out the lesbian undertones? That's a bummer. That feels like lesbian erasure, and there should be protests. Just a narrator, and yes, Faramir is perpetually underrated. Yeah, they did him real dirty. Um, they did him real dirty. Is it a good narrator? I'm assuming you're listening to it in French, because you gave me the French title. But is it a good narrator? Pretty good. Not my favorite of the series so far, but I wanted some woodland creatures going to battle. Oh, that sounds that like it could be both weirdly cozy or vicious. Because those animal-led books can go two very different ways. Oh, thank you for joining the channel, Mel. I'm excited to have you. Appreciate it. You did not like Dead Silence. You thought the ending was dumb. The ending was based in science. The ending was like, hey, here's what the spooky thing is. It was like in Scooby-Doo when they unmasked the ghost and it's just the old man. But I liked that about it. I liked being terrified and then knowing why, knowing exactly why, and it not being like Event Horizon situation, because then I probably wouldn't sleep at night because that movie scared the pants off of me when I think I was maybe 11, 12 when it came out, and I watched it, and it haunts me to this day. I love it so much. Loved Immortality Thief way more, and I don't think of Immortality Thief as a horror. Like, yeah, there were some vaguely scary-ish things that were going on, but it didn't chill me. It piqued my curiosity more than made me scared, if that makes any sense. But I loved it, and Indigo needs a big warm fluffy blanket and a hug, and I'm very excited for book 2. We get that next year, right, Emily? Am I crazy? I feel like we get that next year. So we need to get Sam to read Immortality Thief so that next year we can have the sequel on our buddy read list. Oh, poor Sam. Finished Fahrenheit 451 and now working my way through the Bunnicula collection. Very fun. You've got 2 different types of classics happening here, and I'm here for it. I really love this. But too bad Tammy's not here because I feel like Bunnicula would also count for transformation. As would Fahrenheit 451, really. What a transformation. The death card is surprisingly flexible. Actually, I had a prompt to read a book that you don't think will be a 5 stars, but you still want to read. I read My Killer Vacation by Tessa Bailey. Wasn't as bad as people made it out to be. Well, that's nice for you. I have heard nothing but pretty bad things about that book, so I'm glad you still had some enjoyment of it. But I see why you would have picked that for that prompt. Like, you still want to read it, you're still curious, but because everybody is trash talking it so much, you don't think it's going to be a 5 star. Well, they didn't cut her out. She just hadn't appeared much in the first half of the book. Okay, that's fair. No, I'll put the protest signs down until we get a final report. But 115 pages into Bride, I kind of hate it, but I need to know what happened. Honestly, the amount of people who have said this. I don't love Allie Hazelwood. I know that that's a controversial opinion. I gave this one a chance because I weirdly do read a lot of Omegaverse. And this barely counted as Omegaverse, but definitely counted as Allie Hazelwood. So I also didn't have the greatest of times with it. It was better than the other Allie Hazelwood that I'd read, but not by much for me. I'm sorry. Some things will happen though, Amelia. practicing some French listening, and the narrator is a good one, unlike the French Harry Potter narrator who was terrible. The narrator can really make a huge difference. I in college many, many moons ago took French as part of my ancient Near Eastern history degree, because most of the ancient languages, especially ancient Egyptian, were originally translated by the French and the Germans. Um, and I tried to do some audiobooks in French and ended up with one with a Quebecois narrator, and Quebec French is very different from France French, and really it really broke my brain. Between that and watching Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom dubbed in French, it was an interesting media week for me that week while I was trying to get a little bit more French practice in. But I think Lord of the Rings, especially if you've read it a few times or you've experienced the story more than once, I think that's a perfect audio read or even a physical read in another language that you're trying to learn, because it's familiar enough that you can do context clues and really get to the meat pretty easily and start picking up new words. I think that's brilliant, Nicole. It's both cozy and vicious. Someone always dies in battle, but there is also a plot B in the Abbey with the children. Huh. I have no idea about this book series, but I like cozy and vicious. That intrigues me very much. Did you like Fahrenheit 451? I'm a big Ray Bradbury fan, so I hope you enjoyed it. My favorite of Ray Bradbury was always The Martian Chronicles. Um, it It's a series of short stories about Mars all smushed in together, so it feels slightly discombobulating at first, but I really, really enjoyed it. These scary zombie children with several rows of teeth. Yeah, the zombie children with several rows of teeth were vaguely scary, but they also didn't do anything to them. They just were like creepy in the distance. No, nothing happened. Um, I mean, things happened, but the zombie children were more visually jarring than they were vicious. Um, but I loved it. I just wasn't scared by it. Next summer, we have a whole other year. Oh gosh, Emily, why did you make me read that so early? Sam is a harsh critic. I still can't believe he didn't like Floating Hotel, which if nobody's read Floating Hotel yet and you like cozy fantasy, but you're curious about cozy sci-fi, Floating Hotel is definitely cozy sci-fi. It is about a mystery reporter who these government forces have tracked down to a spaceship hotel, and you get like 20 perspectives of people working or staying at the hotel, going about their lives as this sort of mystery flows between them all. And it was really, really well done, and I enjoyed it very much. But apparently our friend Sam did not. I also don't love Allie Hazelwood. Something about her writing just irks me. 100% agreed, Amelia. But it is Allie Hazelwood that you're reading right now, and so that writing is gonna stay with you for the rest of this book. So if you're not a Nodding fan and you're not an Allie Hazelwood fan, this could be a little bit difficult for you. But there are some interesting like plot points that happen. Um, you just have to get through the Allie Hazelwood of it all. Finishing books out of spiteful curiosity. Honestly, I get it. I do it myself. I come back to y'all talking smack about Bride. To be fair, I'm not talking smack about Bride. I'm talking smack about Ellie Hazelwood. I liked Bride better than the other ones. But I think that you have recommended better werewolf smut to me just in random conversations. And there's probably, actually, no, not even probably. I can confirm that there's better werewolf smut in the Teen Wolf tags on AO3. So take that for what you will. I'm sorry, Catherine. Canadian, yes. Quebec French is its own special thing. The narrator is pretty standard French. And I've read the book in English several times. Yeah, I think that's a brilliant plan. Started dipping into Gaulish pagan studies while researching Celtic paganism. More resources are untranslated French works, and some are even in Gaulish. To say I got burnt out is an understatement. Yeah. Yeah. Languages can be really tough. There was one semester back in the day where I was taking French, um, classical Hebrew, BC 80 changeover Greek, and Demotic all at the same time. So I was learning 4 languages, three of which were in new languages, one of which going the opposite direction. And I don't understand how I didn't have a mental breakdown that semester. I don't know how I didn't completely collapse. But I did end up calling one of my professors a mean, disgruntled little man in front of the entire classroom. So maybe I did. I don't use any of this anymore. I don't know most of this anymore. It was a really, really great use of student loan debt. Yeah, it sounds super cool. Redwell books are classics. How have I never heard of them? Is this something I haven't heard of because I am A, old, or B, grew up with an evangelical pastor for a father? Because I feel like one of these two things is the reason I've never heard of these. Okay, I agree with visually jarring versus vicious. Yeah, they were visually jarring, not vicious. They were just innocent little children with too many teeth. Still think about Floating Hotel all of the time. I loved Floating Hotel. Like, I'm thinking about going back and picking up that author's first work, but I'm not sure that it's going to be as cozy as Floating Hotel. And the coziness of Floating Hotel really set it off for me. Overwhelming if you struggle learning languages, especially since I'll have to learn Irish, Old Irish, Welsh, and Scottish to some extent, regardless of what path I take. Yeah. And the like nuances between like new, middle, and old of languages is also fascinating because I learned basically Middle Greek. Um, so I can't do any of the classics stuff. And can't do any of the modern stuff. I have a very like it's like learning Chaucer's version of English is your only form of English. And you have to learn like 6 other languages just to get the context of what you need for the one language you're trying to study, which is why when you hear about things like Elamite, where we have a huge plethora of their written language, but no Rosetta Stone type piece to clue us in, and you think, well, we have so many documents or so many writings. How do we not have this translated? And it's because it's bloody difficult. And even if one person got a little bit of it figured out, you'd have to wade through 3 different languages to get it back to moving forward. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing. Nicole, I did enjoy, though it's not my type of dystopian. There's a lot to the story, so no doubt I will be thinking about it in the days to come. Yeah, Fahrenheit 451 and a lot of those sort of dystopians of that era really resonate and stick with you because it's so relevant. It's so disturbingly relevant. Morgan, fair enough, not good at languages, but still plugging away. Learning Irish sounds interesting too. Gaulish paganism is a huge learning curve since you have to learn French and Gaulish at the bare minimum, as well as at least a decent bit of other major Celtic languages. What are the other Allie books that I read? The only other one that I read was that first one. And I said, this is not for me. So I was a one and done. with her. I thought, I just don't see what people see here, and I respect that other people see something there. It was not for me, but I thought about reading her next book after that, but everybody I was close to in my real life was like, it's the exact same thing as the first one, and I didn't like that. So I picked up Bride, A, because Christine picked it for um, the faux read for whatever month that was, and B, because I was like, well, this is at least a very different premise from her first one. Maybe this will feel different. Um, and it didn't. I'm still not a fan. I mean, some professors are assholes. Was it deserved? It was absolutely deserved because it was the first time that we had to use our like 3-part lexicons to do some of the translation work, and he never bothered to explain to any of us that this language's lexicon functioned differently from an English dictionary. And there were at least 4 of us in my room until 3 in the morning that night trying to translate this passage, and I was sleep deprived and angry, and he tried to give the class crap because nobody managed to finish the homework in its entirety. He tried to give us crap for it, and I apparently snapped and called him a mean, disgruntled little man. Specifically, listen, you mean, disgruntled little man, you did not tell us. You did not prepare us, and this is not our fault. She had to make things digestible for those who haven't ventured into the ABO tag on AO3 yet. Fair, fair. But some of us didn't get to dip our toes in the shallow end of the pool. Some of us just stumbled upon all of it, ABO tags on AO3. And you know what? I'm a better person for it. I'm a stronger person. I have a stronger stomach, more accepting. You haven't heard of Redwell because of the evangelical father. Okay. I knew it had to be either because I'm old or because of the evangelical father. My 40-year-old bestie found out I didn't know about them for the same reason and forced this book into my fantasy-loving hands. Oh, interesting. And you're enjoying them. Is this something that I should pick up? Because I've been contemplating doing, because again, evangelical father. He even like got in a fight with one of my English teachers in middle school about like 70s middle grade fantasy that she wanted us to read because it was called The Darkness Rising, and he's like, ah. So like he stopped me from reading an assigned reading book at one point in his whatever. So I've been thinking about going back and picking up that and like some Goosebumps and other like Christopher Pike, all those books that were really popular or that I was to read that I wasn't allowed to touch, and doing like a reading vlog of things my evangelical parents wouldn't let me connect with. Like my big act of rebellion my freshman year of high school was a friend loaned me his copy of Interview with the Vampire, and I only read it at school, and I thought I was going to get grounded for the rest of my life because somehow my father was going to know. Yeah, definitely has to be the evangelical father. And then you're not even getting the translation bias in religious texts, especially, not to mention the long history of erasure. Oh, yeah. Saint Thesia. Thecla. Thecla, sorry. Yeah. That's honestly one of the things that I found most interesting of some of the languages that I studied is how bad most of the Bible translations are. And so when people try to pull out biblical verses to justify their hatred and bullshit, I know what it really says. 99% of the time, those who are wielding it are very incorrect. Love learning about religions. I'm gonna ignore your opinions about Allie to protect our friendship. Okay, I accept it. I'm sorry. I know it's an unpopular opinion. That's why I don't usually talk about it. I respect anybody who loves her work. I get it. It's just not for me. There's just something about it that doesn't jive with me, and I know that that's my problem and not Allie's. Is that helpful? Sorry, guys. I've read some Celtic and Norse myths, and anything transcribed or translated by monks or priests comes with some sort of bias. Absolutely does. Although you don't love all of her books, to be honest. Your favorite is Love Theoretically. Was that the second one? You enjoying it. We're going to protect your peace. So he was being a shitty teacher, not doing his job. Yeah, pretty much. Honestly, he respected me after that. I ended up being his TA. Um, I think he appreciated that I called him on his crap. But for somebody who grew up being the goody two shoes daughter of an evangelical pastor, that was a bold move on my part. My criminal law professor was a heinous human being, and I cursed him out and walked out. Wow, I'm impressed, Mel. Take some balls. Have I read Fake Mates yet? Yes, I have. I liked Fake Mates better than Bride, but I liked Fake Mates less than like Omega's Obsession. Omega's Obsession was sexy as hell. Unfortunately, alt-right groups, especially Nazis, have long had a history of being part in translations, and even modern published texts discuss different pagan beliefs. I loved Christopher Pike. Skip Goosebumps and read Fear Street. Like everybody in my class was reading Goosebumps and I wasn't allowed. And then the old man took my nephew, so his grandson, to go watch the Goosebumps movie when that came out, and I gave him so much crap. I gave him so much crap for it. A fair bit of my reading is always a rebellion against my fundamentalist Christian upbringing. Got to discover the world somehow if extremist schools don't do it. Absolutely. Absolutely. If you haven't read it yet, I highly recommend Jesus and John Wayne, How White Evangelical Christians Corrupted a Faith and Fractured a Nation. It is absolutely fascinating, written by a professor who once worked in an evangelical university. As somebody who grew up in the evangelical community in the 80s and 90s, it really I had to treat it like a diet, like a journal. Like I wrote in the margins. There were things that I thought I had fully deconstructed from, and things that I thought were fairly normal that absolutely weren't normal from my childhood. It was fascinating. And then a former trad wife, I can't think of her name right now because I'm tired. She's about to release a book. I got sent the e-arc from the publisher directly, and I was like, "This feels right. I feel like I found." I'm being seen by this publisher. They know me. They know my soul. They know that this is a life that was almost forced upon me by my community, and I'm here for it, and I'm so excited to read it. But Jesus and John Wayne was absolutely super, super well done. There's another one about the prosperity gospel, and that's part of the like evangelical portion that I was part of, that I am looking at reading soon. But I know that that one's also going to churn up a lot of crap for me, so I need to be in the right headspace for it. Love Theoretically is the third one. The second one's Love on the Brain, which is pretty mid. Yeah, everybody told me that the Love on the Brain was too much like Love Hypothesis. I love that half of this chat is having an intellectual conversation about religion and translations, and the other half is talking about the Omegaverse. Yeah. Honestly, this feels really fitting for my channel, Catherine. I really love that everyone here is talking about whatever makes them happy, and all of it is fascinating and exciting. This is what I'm here for. Yeah, I love it. I love it so much. Balance is important. Let's bring it full circle between fan fiction and religion. How do you feel about Judas? I think that broke me. Although, Jesus Christ Superstar could there's definitely some vibes there with some of the productions. I'm not saying it wasn't a thing. Oh, but like religion and fan fiction, that is Dante's Inferno. Like Dante was just writing religious fan fiction. personally ship Lilith and Eve. Let's get a little blasphemous together. Well, Paul was absolutely gay. That's why he spends half of his time hating on women. Like, if you read Paul's Gospels, his letters in their original, I'm just saying. I hated the MMC and fake mate, but otherwise it was okay. Yeah, he wasn't great, but they were spicier. They were having a better time. I also don't love vampires as much, so I appreciated that fake mate was all werewolves. Okay. I'm gonna snip this so that I have these titles. So if I do this vlog, these are the Christopher Pikes I should read. That kiss that Judas gave Jesus is way too casual for it to have been the first time. You're not wrong. Didn't raise any eyebrows. I do have a Jesus and John Wayne. It's on my TBR. I might have also read Tia Leving's book. Yes, Tia Leving's book is the one that's coming out, I think, this month or just came out last month. I'm excited for that one. But yeah, Jesus and John Wayne took me some time because I really had to process a lot of what was happening in it. For sure, for sure. Friends to lovers to enemies. Oh, we're all going to hell. I went to an evangelical daycare for my first daycare. My life is a series of absurdities and disturbing moments. On brand, yeah. Very much on brand for me. Judas totally couldn't handle his feelings for Jesus. Judas, no. Yeah, Inferno is 100% fan fiction. He even wrote in that other authors appear and tell him what a good job he's doing. He's just fanboying about religion and literature, and it's really hilarious. Are you telling me those apostles spent all that time together and never gave each other a little smooch? Little kissy poo? Yeah, it was really cool that they were both werewolves. Yeah. I just liked it better. I don't know why. Jesus gave huge biromantic asexual vibes, and Judas seemed like a gay man who was really bad at accepting that. Honestly, I see it. I see it 100%. Yeah. This makes a lot of sense. Canon Jesus would have been at every pride parade, absolutely slaying. He would have, because he cared about people. He cared about people and told us to care about people, the marginalized people, not, hate on them and legislate against them. The state of our country is awful, guys. Sorry. He would have thrown the first brick at Stonewall. 1000%. This whole chat has just cheered me right up. I'm so glad, Nicole. I love this chat. This has been hilarious and unhinged and insightful and wonderful. Raise y'all. Jesus was born of a virgin birth. The male genome's therefore no Y chromosome. So Jesus is trans. He's at the very least intersex. The very least. What a thoughtful theological conversation we've been having, guys. I love this. The Omegaverse and the theological implications of a trans savior. Oh my goodness. Hey, I clutched at my invisible pearls during the last reading sprints for the Tarot Readathon, but it was not because of anything religious. It was because Deja told me she didn't like Binti by Nydia Corfor, and I just instinctively grabbed for the pearls that weren't there because I'm a Southern woman, and it's encoded into our DNA. Now, hear me out. I think that Judas was a soft boy alpha. And that's where all the tension came from. I would love a non-binary Jesus, always wrapping back to my Hannibal obsession. I love when queer horror has biblical allegory and the consumption of flesh. Absolutely. That's a pagan ritual right there. Communion. Like all three of them are just so thematically perfect. I'll never forget, I was at a friend's funeral and he was Episcopalian, an older gentleman, and they do communion at funerals. And I went up, and the sweet woman who was holding the chalice just poured red wine down the front of me. And deeply apologetic. Every time I ran into her during the service afterwards, she kept trying to apologize. And I was like, no, don't worry. I'm now bathed in the blood of Christ. That's pretty metal, right? And she didn't get it. But yeah, thank goodness I was wearing black because everything would have been ruined. He would have 100% been walking around calling himself an alpha male. Yep. And he was trying to leave the show too. He was like, Jesus, you're not doing what I want you to do. I think you should be doing this, this, and this. Don't you think you should be doing better? He was trying to steer the ship like a little alpha male. He wasn't the boss of the situation, but he was trying to be. I didn't get a Bible degree and deconstruct for nothing. Jesus is only a tad queer. Now let me tell you about Paul. Paul was so queer. He was so queer. And no one will talk about it. But I 100% agree. As the friendly neighborhood New Age Mennonite, I can confirm that MB Jesus is pretty much accepted as, non-binary Jesus accepted as truth by our church. That's nice. Makes sense. Yeah, Bathed in the Blood of Christ is probably an album name somewhere. Some weird Christian rock band has done it, I promise. I'm a pagan, but the idea of Mary Magdalene and her children with Jesus makes sense to me, and I wanted to know more after reading Dan Brown's books. Interesting. I've never read a Dan Brown, and I feel like I can safely say that here in this space without Monique on stream or in chat. But that was also because when the big buzz was going around about him, I was still in high school with, said evangelical father. Do you think Jesus will ever admit that he Judas? Or which one's Jesus? Which one in this sentence is supposed to be Jesus? I think he would always be the type to always let Jesus say, I love you, and then respond with, I know. But now Judas is Han Solo? I'm sure that there's fan fiction of that somewhere. Paul was on a lot of drugs, wasn't he? I don't think any of them weren't on a little bit of drugs. The biblical scholars came for Dan Brown's book, and it's a good time for geeks about religion. Yeah, they did. Yeah, the Christians came for him. For sure. Obsessed with the Da Vinci Code when you were 9. You were a messed up kid. That was your first book report. I understand this. Not Dan Brown necessarily, but when I was in the 4th grade, my mother got a call from the school, and I grew up in a little rural town in the middle of nowhere. And apparently I was inconsolable, just crying my eyes out on the playground. Nobody had hurt me. Nobody was copping to me or doing anything to me. They finally got me on the phone with my mom, and she calmed me down enough for me to tell her that I had just finished The Hunchback of Notre Dame. And I was upset at how sad the ending was. So here I was in the fourth grade crying over French literature. The school didn't know what to do with that at all. But I ran out of my books. There wasn't a good library, and I just raided my parents' shelves, and they had nothing but classics. I'm sorry, Julie. We've been having a strange conversation that's like half linguistics, well, like a third linguistics, a third omega verse, and a third identifying queerness in biblical texts. I think that's a decent summary of how this conversation has devolved. Anybody want anybody want to chime in on that? Okay, good. I fear we may have scared some folks away. I would have feared we would have scared some folks away, but the viewer count's been staying pretty steady. So I think that's just a testament to the type of people that I attract to my spaces. So I appreciate it. Identifying queerness in biblical texts is one of my favorite hobbies. I'm here for it. I feel that most of my childhood stories are generally strange. I remember the prologue describing a dying man via stomach bullet. Fun. Yeah, the ending of Hunchback is because I read Hunchback before the Disney cartoon came out, and as a child, I was like, they're never gonna be able to do this story the way it's supposed to be done. And so childhood me didn't watch the Hunchback of Notre Dame Disney cartoon out of protest for the literary accuracy of the story. I'm amazed I had friends. Thank you. Ruth gives me strong lesbian vibes, just a feeling. I read all of Ruth in its original, and I don't disagree with you. Instead of getting scared away, you're turning the bell on. I love it. Yeah, lesbian Ruth tracks. Yeah, honestly, even reading it untranslated, it still feels right. I see it. And like, come on, Old Testament is full of all sorts of shenanigans. If you want to start getting back into the older stuff. I cried so hard over Stargirl by Jerry Spinelli that I threw up at school and had to go home. Oh no. What was the snickerdoodles? Oh no. I'm so sorry, Mel. Not Stargirl. I don't I don't know Stargirl. I'm gonna have to start a list. Books I don't know about. Stargirl. What's the red thing that I didn't read because of evangelical parents? It was so far back. I'll have to look it up. Um Shenanigans might be putting it mildly. Yeah. I think my favorite random tidbit from the Bible, from the Old Testament especially, is there is a section in Judges. No. Yeah, Judges that describes the murder of a king. And he was a very fat king, and the guy basically snuck in to his toilet chambers, like to his bathroom space, stabbed him, and he was so fat that the fat came around the handle of the knife and it was completely subsumed in his body, and he snuck out without anybody knowing, and the guards who were in front of the door sat there until it became uncomfortable, and they had to go in and find him just dead on the floor with no murder weapon. And it's so weird. It's why is this a story that's being preserved for eternity? Why is this in a holy book? Where I just so funny. I think the only book I've ever read and cried hard reading was If I Stay. Redwall. Redwall. Thank you, Catherine. Okay. Added to the list. I don't read a lot of sad books. See, I read a lot of sad books. I would so much rather cry over a book or a movie or a TV show than anything happening in my own life. So reading sad books allows me to cry and get all of whatever is going on in my life out while still being able to compartmentalize the thing that's actually happening to me. It's a great trade-off. I love it. Just two sweet children and their snickerdoodles against the cruel world. Aw. Sounds sweet, but apparently it's heartbreaking. Redwall by Brian Jacques. I cry regularly in books, yeah, regularly. The one Frederick Bachman novella landed me on the phone with my therapist. What novella? I got messed up reading Anxious People because I didn't realize it was going to be so much about suicide, and I read it right after a friend left us through self harm, and it messed me up. It messed me up real bad. That man just lives to hurt us, I think. If I don't cry, then it's not a good book. Sometimes a good bookish cry is just the thing. It's so satisfying. So satisfying crying about fiction. I just remembered hearing that apparently the first recorded joke in human history was also a warning of imminent disaster. If you don't get the joke, you were done for. You got to try Frederick Bachman sometime. Yeah, he will make you cry. He will make you cry. Long Shot by Kennedy Ryan had me crying so hard you couldn't breathe. So I haven't tried any Kennedy Ryan. Is that I know Joanna is still in the chat somewhere and she's also a big Kennedy Ryan fan. So is this the one I should start with and just sob my eyes out? Or is this the one you work your way up to and then cry your eyes out? And the way home gets longer and longer each day. Yeah. Yeah, I know this one. I haven't read it. Good to know. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah, that would be hard. That would be very hard. Alzheimer's does like just mess with you. Have you have you read We Spread by Ian Reid? That is actually in the mind of a person who you're pretty sure has dementia. And so you're living in the brain of somebody with dementia. And that one was both heartbreaking and terrifying. Cried my eyes out. No, don't start with that one. Okay. Work your way up to it. Read real first. Okay, see, because everybody talked about Long Shot, so my dumbass would have probably tried to read that one first. Thank you, Catherine. Bachman is my favorite, but also throw hands on sight. Did you see the interview that he gave at that publishing event? It was really funny. I really enjoyed seeing him in a humorous context and not a sobbing my eyes out context. Also, the mini series that they did in Sweden for Anxious People was really well done. I really enjoyed it. It was honestly healing after losing your grandfather to Alzheimer's. It was your first time kind of sitting and facing it. Um, Sometimes you need that. And I think that's a beautiful thing about literature is that in whatever way you need to confront and grapple with very real emotions that are yours, there is something where somebody else is processed that can help guide you through that transitionary period and sometimes help get you to the other side of grief in a way that you weren't expecting and couldn't have sought out intentionally. There's a quote from Emma Thompson of books are like people and the right one will find you in the right time, essentially. And I truly believe that sometimes those books, those stories, like this short story, find you when you need it, when you need to process and grieve. So I'm very glad that that was there for you. Um, yeah, We Spread was terrifying. We Spread was terrifying and heartbreaking. Yeah, interview was fantastic. Introverted me could relate. So funny. I can talk about Kennedy Ryan all day. You should read Before I Let Go, but not Long Shot. Long Shot is your favorite book, but that's not the one I should start with, right? Because then I'll just be a wreck. Before I Let Go and Real are the recommendations currently. Also, anything by Benjamin Alir Sands makes me sob. I was reading one of his books on a plane and the flight attendant was concerned. Oh no. Oh, that's also, you got to be very careful about where you read books that might make you cry. Because I definitely had an audiobook in my ear for The Help back when it was the hot thing, and the miscarriage scene happened while I was on a stationary bike, and I was just crying on a stationary bike in a Planet Fitness. Totally normal thing to do, right? That's normal human behavior. I love Bachman. I've read all of his books. Couldn't get through the TV show of Anxious People because I felt like everything was given it away in the first 5 minutes. That's fair. I could see that. But I liked the casting that they had for it. I thought that the characters all had really good chemistry with each other. And that was the thing that I remember most from reading the book, was the interplay between characters and, just sadness. A lot of sadness. Before I Let Go is also incredible and will make you cry. Cool. Cool. Agreed. I just read Aristotle and Dante and adored it. Normal human behavior is not something I can offer an appropriate gauge of. Thanks. I think we are the same person. Yeah, you both might be the same person. Is this why you had to leave California, Catherine? Because two of you couldn't exist in the same state without the universe collapsing in on itself? Because that feels right. Still haven't read Aristotle and Dante because I love the first one so much and I don't want the second one to not be as good. My grandmother asked me to tell you she's sorry is an underrated Bachman. Oh, interesting. I've not heard of this one at all. Am I gonna cry? Because I feel like Bachman always makes me cry. Hilariously, my dad cried his eyes out watching A Man Called Otto, which fair, it was very sad. I tried to warn him. He's like, I want to watch this, one night when I was over for dinner. And I tried to warn him, and yet he still did it, and he still cried. I loved Before I Let Go and really needed some other Kennedy Ryan books. Need to read some other Kennedy Ryan books. Well, here's the list, Sarah. We've got a reading order. But that's apparently the one I need to do last. Yes, it will make me cry. I think he's just there to make you cry. But I'm less mad at him just writing books to make me cry as I am about folks like Nicholas Sparks. There's something that makes me angry about the books that Nicholas Sparks writes. Even before I realized that he was a homophobe, there's just something that felt absolutely unnecessarily antagonistic about the way that he was trying to drive at women's emotions. I loved the second one. While not as good as the first, you still loved it. Sequels are tough. I wish there was a more accurate representation of underrepresented and demonized mental health conditions where the plots aren't just about how miserable they are or how miserable they make others. That's a big trap that I think people fall into a lot. That it's the same for a long time with physical disability representation in literature and racial experiences. And I think we're starting to see a shift in the publishing industry and a lot of other spaces. So hopefully the mental health space is also getting better. I know it is in a lot of spaces in the romance side of things, but think the representation can always be better. Always. Always. I went all in and started with long shot, but it can be very triggering for some people. Long shot is a lot, and I highly recommend reading content and trigger warnings. Isn't this the one that Christine abandoned? I feel like Christine tried to read long shot and just pieced right out of it. Yeah, great memoirs from authors with mental health stuff, but not as much with fiction. Yeah, because it's so much. I think it feels safer to write from your own perspective when people know this is the thing that I am dealing with, as opposed to writing some nebulous other, right? I don't know. I'm not a writer. Yeah, Christine hated it. I thought that was the one. I think that was her first attempt at a Kennedy Ryan too. Christine read it the whole way through, I believe, but she didn't care for it. Yeah. I have memory of that from some sort of reading blog. Memoirs and biographies from people with very stigmatized disorders are decently accessible, but it's frustrating not to see anything but demonization in fiction. Yeah. Hopefully it's getting better, but it can be really challenging to find something that's honest and respectful. Autistic, and I'd love it to be less reliant on stereotypes in literature. They'd be lovely. Well, I think that's also some of this comes from not having enough owned voices in the space too, right? It's not going to feel authentic and real and lived in, and it's going to rely on stereotypy type behavior when you have somebody who doesn't have lived experience writing these characters. So I think the more owned voices we get in the space, the better off representation and those characters for marginalized groups, whether they be physical things or mental health things, the better that representation is going to be overall, because it raises the bar and says this is no longer acceptable, or at least rarely not being stigmatized. Yeah, hard to find books with disability rep that aren't disability books that feel like middle school PSA. Schizophrenia, antisocial personality disorder, dissociative identity disorder, and quite a few others are still treated like monsters and villains. And the few that are heroes still often kill. Yeah. I mean, I can't think of an example that breaks these things, you know? Nobody's coming to mind immediately. I like the way Maisie Eddings writes characters that are neurodivergent. Yeah, most of the neurodivergent rep that I see is in romance more than anything else. And it's a lot of owned voices writing it. It's people who have lived experiences writing it. Owned voices are wonderful. Probably a lot of these disorders make it hard to be employed or taken seriously by publishers. Absolutely. 100%, I'm sure. Or to even advocate for yourself in some of the conversations and circumstances. Hello, hello. You're not late. We're still going. We're not done yet. I'm still got a sprint in me. My favorite is the Kiss Quotient series. So many books, so little time. I find that middle grade and YA are often at the front end of representation shifts as well. Yeah, I would agree with that 100%. There's just a budding buddy romance here happening between Joanna and Catherine. Just a little love fest, and I love it. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Dusty Bowling, Ashley Herring Blake. Oh, I know that name. I know the name Ashley Herring Blake. Why do I know that name? Feel like that's a romance writer? Found that the best representation for stigmatized disorders tends to be accidental and people experiencing them day to day, identifying those with those experiences. That's fair. Um, I mean, I'm seeing it right now happening with Sound of Music. TikTok is apparently identifying Maria Von Trapp as having ADHD, which I find very interesting, and I don't think it's incorrect. And then there was some identification of autism and ADHD between not Elizabeth Barrett Browning. Oh my gosh, Elizabeth. She had her own issues. She had her own things going. Elizabeth Bennett and Darcy in Pride and Prejudice. But I think people are able to see themselves in characters who were not written to be neurodivergent or to have stigmatized disorders. But I think it's very interesting. And honestly, I don't know. I think that it's a very interesting trend to see yourself in somebody that wasn't intended to represent you, but you can still claim them. I think it's very interesting. Yeah, I haven't read that one yet. I've heard good things though. Should I read that one? Love a good sapphic romance. She does a mix of romance and middle grade and contemporary. Okay. 100 pages from finishing your 7th book, Crying in an H Mart. Speaking of memoirs that will make you cry, Crying in an H Mart had me ugly sobbing in a bathtub, just naked and vulnerable and sobbing, like racked with, with tears. It was really good. But it really wrecked me. It really, really wrecked me. A lot of autistic people will diagnose fictional characters, which I don't mind. Real people is a different matter. Yeah. Claim whatever fictional character you want if you see yourself there, you know? So I would love another sprint. Yep. Another sprint will happen. The female main character in Ellie Hazelwood's newest book is very neurodivergent coded, but you wouldn't know that, Liz. No, I wouldn't. There's just something I don't jive with. I'm so sorry. Love Crying in an H Mart. It was so good. It's your second read of it and you're already crying. Yeah, I don't know that I could do it again. Um, it was just so raw and vulnerable and oh, it was just ugh, gives me chills, but I cried my eyes out. Crying in an H Mart is so good. Very aptly titled. If there was an H Mart in my town, I'm sure I would have been crying in it after reading this book. You had to go cuddle your mom after reading that book. That's fair. That's very, very fair. My favorite thing is reading and rereading classics now that I have researched neurodivergence and finding the odd characters were just me without a medical diagnosis. Relatable. Yeah. And Shirley is absolutely neurodivergent and no one can tell me otherwise. Amen. To pirates. Anybody amening and Shirley. Embarrassingly enough, I didn't have another book that really fit into exploring another culture prompt. Are you, I was gonna say we could make some recommendations for things you can pull off of Libby, but you might be trying to read your own books when you maybe just wanted to reread Crying in an H Mart. Sometimes you just need a good cry, and if you know that that's gonna hit you, that's a good one to do. Tell me Victor Frankenstein forgetting to eat while working on a single thing for months wasn't ADHD hyperfixation. It so was. It so was. But that's just the tip of the iceberg with representation and Frankenstein because it is uh it's dealing with a lot of medical issues. It's dealing with her experiences with infertility and stillbirths and miscarriages, her sense of being an outsider in mainstream society because of her upbringing, her marriage, and her nature. Oh, she's going through every trauma of her life through the lens of Frankenstein the whole time, and I can't read it without crying. She poured out her heart for us through this monster story, and it's beautiful. Weirdly, Total Drama has one of the least problematic fictional depictions of DID pre the 20s, like Total Drama Island, the cartoon. A surprising amount of nuance for coming from people who had no idea what they were doing. There's an Atomi game where you can date Victor Frankenstein. I think there's an Atomi game for everything. We already went over on the first about the KFC dating Colonel Sanders dating sim. You're in high school and you're trying to date Colonel Sanders. And could be neurodivergent, also a woman with ideas and had wrong time in history, yeah. Very easily done to be a woman with ideas in the wrong time in history. Total Drama, Revenge of the Island, and All Stars. There's a whole Total Drama universe that I am unaware of, I think. I watched an entire video on Izzy's characterization, and it argued that she did not in any way have that issue, was just playing up the crazy so she could win. Are we talking about Total Drama Island here? I've lost the thread. I'm so sorry, guys. So sorry. Code Realize is the Atomi game. Oh. I've never really wanted to date Victor Frankenstein, I gotta say. It's kind of the villain of that story. I saw that Izzy video. I think she def has issues, but was a lot smarter than she was letting on. I'm so confused. Are we talking about the cartoon? Okay. Well, I think, because I have now no longer understand what's happening in chat, that it means it's time for another sprint. Do we feel 45 minutes this time? An hour? What feels good? I know it's late. I know some people are going to leave us, but I want to get some more reading done tonight before I shut down for the day. He's hot and a sweetheart in Code Realize. And yes, we're talking about Total Drama. Okay. I was following better than I thought I was. I just don't know who Izzy is because I didn't watch it. But yeah, in the book, Victor Frankenstein is not a sweetheart. He's a big meanie. Finished your book? Congrats. What do you rate it? Either works for you, down for whatever. You'll be up for a little while. Well, you're also 2 hours behind me. I'm surprised Catherine's still chugging along with us here. Okay, let's do 45 this time. I'm gonna take us to the half. And I'll see you guys in 45. Welcome back. How did everybody do with their sprint this time? I know it was a little bit shorter. I started tonight at page 95 of my book, and I am now at 250. Things are definitely heating up in my little sci-fi horror land. The blood is pumping. I am no longer being edged by scary things. Scary things are probably actually happening this time. So I'm excited for that. This one's definitely gorier than Dead Silence, I will say. Lot more blood and guts, literally. So very, very much enjoying. No Siri. I don't know why Siri turned on, but she did. We had a lot of folks who left us during that sprint because it's late. And Steph made a brief appearance and chat, one of our other co-hosts. Almost done with your book. This is the fairy book, right? Are you having a better time? The art is gorgeous. That's awesome. Has the lesbian come back? Is she getting some screen time or some page time? 71% done. I probably finished within an hour. That's awesome. Way to go, Joanna. Yeah, I think it was something that Dead Silence was kind of missing, but also Dead Silence primarily existed in a vacuum for a lot of that time. So I think a lot of it was plotline wise improbable to have more gore. Couldn't have puddles of blood if everything was frozen and floating, right? But I have just hit the point where she has explained her history to Ethan because she had to for reasons. I feel like I can't say more than that on stream without other people getting spoiled. But that's where I'm at. I think things are going to start really happening at this point. I'm enjoying it. I am cracking up that one of the main characters has the same last name as Christine from the Roomies. So every time I read it, I get a little giggle. I even sent her a picture of it. She's like, "Oh my gosh, that's so great. I hope he has a fun time." And I'm like, "No, it's S.A. Barnes' book. I don't think anybody's gonna have a fun time." But yeah, just a fun little giggle I get. Maybe 2 or 3 chapters left. That's awesome. 2/3 done with the book, but eyes are getting crossed from sleeplessness. Yeah, it's getting a little late. I'm probably still gonna read for a bit more. I only have 100 pages left, probably 120 pages. I think I can do it. I got no plans tomorrow except for house cleaning, so I'd rather stay up and read. Much more time in the latter half. I know she has her own book in the series. It's the third. Oh, well, she'll get her whole own book, but I'm glad she's getting more page time in the second half. Sounds like you're enjoying it a little bit more. Got through 65 pages of the memoir from Kazakhstan. Not a cheerful story, though. I've never read a memoir that, well, no, that's a lie. I did, and it was really boring, and I didn't finish it. I was gonna say I didn't read a memoir that was ever 100% happy. But the one that I did was boring as heck, and I couldn't finish it. From Don Bluth Don Bluth Animation Studios. But yeah, I would imagine that it would be a little heavier. Are you enjoying it? I mean, I'm not enjoying it. Are you wanting to continue, or are you regretting getting into an emotional story? That's the question I will ask. I believe it's my time to go to bed. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Mel. I really appreciated having you in chat. And I hope you have a great rest of your evening. Yeah, the last name really took me off guard right there at the beginning. I was like, wait, Christine, do you have a cousin? Who is this? He's about to have a bad time. Planning on finishing the book and watching more Hannibal reactions. Second half was definitely better. I think the world building, I like the world building so far, but do prefer the movies character wise and with some of the world building decision differences. Oh, interesting. So, not necessarily digging in for more information and more of what you love. It's like a slightly different thing from the thing that you love, which is always an interesting and sometimes frustrating experience. That's too bad. This one was boring. Just a lot of Soviet famine and deportation. I'll definitely finish it. Yeah, those Soviets, man. They really just ruin everything. Although, uh, yeah, they just ruin everything. So you've got 2/3 of the way through, right? So you should be. No, that was Mel. Well, hopefully you don't have too much more, Nicole, and you can get this knocked out and get out of your not cheerful story. Um, I think my social battery, though, is draining quite a bit. Oh, about halfway through. Oh, home stretch. You've got this. It's like downhill from here. Probably not plot line wise. It's probably going to be a little bit heavier at the halfway point, but still. At least with this, you'll have fifth book done. I am constantly amazingly impressed by how well people do in readathons and how quickly they can get books knocked out. I'm still here trying to finish my first book, and you're about to finish your fifth. I'm just hella impressed. But it's been a weird kind of week for me. Oh, you haven't even hit World War II? Oh. Yeah, I think it's my bedtime too. The social battery starting to drain, my eyes starting to water from all the Sahara and dust in the air. And I think it's time for some quiet time. So I think that was our last sprint. Sorry to not warn anybody. I thought I had a little bit more stamina in me. Yeah, 3 being manga does definitely help, but still, I get to be impressed by you. You don't get to tell me not to be. Um, you're not the boss of me. I can still be impressed by your ability to knock out 5 books in 6 days or 5 days, really. But thank you guys so much for joining, not just these sprints, but the Tarot Readathon. We are so excited to have you guys. I know that there are going to be sprints tomorrow on Lexi's channel. I'll try to link all of our co-hosts in the description here so that if anybody for some reason doesn't have their channels, you'll have them. There will be a new video coming out on my channel tomorrow morning. It's going to be setting up my mid-year reading journal. And I guess that's going to be kind of it. Appreciate you guys and looking forward to next sprints, which are sometime in week 3. I can't remember right now because I'm tired, but they're already scheduled on my channel. So I've got sprints coming up, 2 more throughout the month. They're already scheduled. So if you want to join in, you can go over to my channel and hit the notify button and you'll get a little pop-up or an email whenever I go live. But thank you, thank you, thank you. I've had such a good time with our wild, unhinged, intellectual conversations today. This has been such a fun group. And until next time, see you guys later.